Test, test. Test, test, test. Okay. So I've done some work on the path creation, but it's buggy. It finds some paths, but it's not removing the exits properly. Right here. So if I press X on the controller, it generates a path, but what it should do is only leave the patch connecting elements that it uses to find the path. So this should be gone. This should be gone. The stairs to interiors, those are fine. But as you can see, there are many duplicates. And I'm not sure why it does that. So I'll have a deeper look. So I go through all patches. In all layers. And then I check all the links of the patch. And get the exit. If it leads into an interior, those are always on layer 1. I'll leave it alone. But if it leads nowhere, or the patch it leads to is not in the path, it was not visited in the path, then it gets removed. And this is the opposite side of the connecting bit between the patches, and this is the near side, which then gets removed too. I'm not sure if these checks are correct. If the near exit patch is 0, then something is seriously wrong. So let's rather have it crash. And if this side was not visited, then remove it. I think that's... oh, that's... oh, this is tricky. First of all, if this patch was not visited, I can just remove all links. So let's get them both exits. If the patch is not visited, we can remove both exits. Is that all I need? Not 100%, because there are duplicates. Else if oh, I understand now. Okay. Hey Andre, Merry Christmas. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you had a Merry Christmas. I have a question. Did you have to disable flashing on NVI? You mean the visual bell, it's called, I guess. I had lunch with family. That sounds nice. Me too, actually. I have it disabled in... I'm not quite sure, let me check. Yeah, I have it disabled in Tmux. I saw an option in the man page. No, so my options for the editor are just these. This is auto indent, then show the ruler. That's just the number at the bottom. And then I had to set the file C. This is which key triggers the tab completion when you're searching. So I had to put tab there in order to make this work, which is just a backslash and then a tab. But nothing about visual bell. I think the Tmux takes care of that for me. It says I could run set flash or something. That could be, yeah. When you set flash, yeah. Setting it works, yeah. It's on by default, but off don't work. So if you set it to no flash, then maybe. Yeah, that's the common VI thing, that options with no beforehand turn things off. Maybe that'll work. Okay, so this should be gone. This too, so this does not work. I keep work, thanks. I keep trying to set flash off or something. Yeah, welcome. Glad it works. So, but why aren't my stairs removed? Something is missing. Then return. Okay, that could explain things. Maybe we break here instead. Aha. That's different. That looks better. Okay, but this doesn't make much sense. Why is this patch red, but nothing connects to it? Same as this one. Here are connections, but this is not marked red. Why is this so complicated? Okay, for one thing, these patches are giant. They're much too large. I have to cut them into smaller pieces for this to make sense. Oh, Jesus. So it left 2 stairs, 3. But it wouldn't mark this thing red. Let's look at the coloring code. Okay, here. If it's visited, then make it red. That's pretty simple. Else make it... well, maybe that's the problem. Let's make it gray. Okay. Well, what will the randomized path be used? They'll be the where the gameplay will take place. So if you start a new game, some random place will be picked, and you'll get a path randomized like this one, but larger, if possible. But my algorithm is screwed up. So basically, you'll play only a small part of the world in each game. Okay, this one looks better. But no stairs. I think to understand the problem, I'll have to simplify the code. So I reset the visual flags. And this part dies a whole lot often when it can't find a suitable path. So there should actually be some kind of backtracking. Let's take a look at the A-star pathfinding real quick. Okay, it could be that no, this is here. No backtracking. EXB patch. So I know the patches are correct. I'm not 100% sure on the exits. But I could maybe paint them in. I mean, it's fine if there are multiple stairs between two patches. Pathways with 1 node, 6 nodes, 5 nodes. I mean, there's absolutely no connection between these two, but still. sets a connection. Why does it do that? Here. Okay, we get exit A from flood patch. And then find exit B. Exit A. Oh, is this the problem? No. Even though only the first part of each link is being set here, the exit A will iterate through all of them again. Only then search for the exit B on the other side. So that looks fine. Maybe the order is wrong. Go through the whole layer, find all patches in that layer, and then go through them again to find the exits. How could I visualize this? So I can see what's wrong. So I have the patch. So I also have all the links. I have the position. Okay, this could get pretty demanding in terms of performance, but it's only in the tessellation stage, so that's fine. So we can color the tiles of the exits of the patches to see if it found all of them. Yes, and I can turn off the display of the letters, so we'll see the ground below and the color. Was that even needed? Yeah. Tile. Enough color. I don't know. P. That's L. Guess that's all I need. Okay, so if it's okay, let's break that out. If it's not visible and not visited, it's colored gray. Else we'll go through all the exits on the patch, see if this tile is one of them, and color it differently if it is. So for I equals 0, less than patch of links. If I think I have equal I2 patch links I.p. I think it's exa.p. Let's double check. Struct patch link. Yes. exa.p. Let's also see if I have the equal function. Yes. So if it is an exit, we'll make it green. I think that's green. Yes, green. And also check the other exit. And we should also check the layer. Okay, so this has to be. And L equals. Okay, let's break that out too. Patch exit. And the second one, that's B. Else we'll make it red. PCI, okay, that makes sense. Okay. Oh, it's all gray. Ah, okay. So it does find the exits, knows where they are. Well, not always. Let's color all the exits, regardless of whether the patch is visited. Which would make it something like this. Okay. Why doesn't it find these? There are just too many. That could actually be the problem. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yup. It's again problem with the limits. I'll have to get better with that. So it's patch link max links 32. Let's see what happens. And they magically appear. But it does not magically fix my original problem. But now I know that the algorithm has all it needs. It's just a bad algorithm. Yeah. Does it now set the exits correctly? Or it just threw them away? It would be needed here. So just made an island with nowhere to go. Nope, it just does not like these exits. But this is one step closer, so it's fine. Make patch, path, make path. So we find the starting patch and 100 times shuffle all the exits. And then we go through them. If we find a good one, we enter that patch, mark it as visited, and repeat. So that's pretty simple. We don't go a path if there's nothing behind it. If we've been there already. If it's a dead end. Or if it's an interior, not a dungeon. This seems pretty sound. If we can't find somewhere to go, we abort. That's why most paths are cut short. But I'm not quite sure why, because there's plenty of room, plenty of connected patches. But this is the actual problem, I guess. Or I believe. Removing the exits. So after walking the path, we go through all patches again. Look at all their connections. If we've not been on the patch, we can remove the exits because the path does not lead through this patch. So we can throw them all away. And we don't do that if it's an interior. If it leads to an interior. So actually this looks fine too. Is there a typo somewhere? So let's just double check that. The exits are all there. Unused, unused, unused. Okay, I guess 2 LP IK. Declare T. Is there a tile here? No tiles there. So I can just steal it. So make path, remove exits. Which actually should maybe be called down here. So maybe the tile mods are the problem. That could actually be the case. So let's check that mod. Modify the tile. Add a new mod. Okay. No error. Okay, so it's not a limit problem. Do modifications. Okay, they're just written into the world data. Which is actually kind of scary. I should actually make a duplicate of the world data when starting a game. So that I have one for the editor and one for the game. And I'm not sure why I have not already done that. But I'm sure it's not that easy. There's a catch somewhere. Oh yeah, one catch is that all these functions presume that you're using the global tiles. Which can be just a switch statement. But what I can do, because that's not the problem at hand, what I can do is, instead of using the tile modifications, I can just straight up kill it. And that's the same. Okay, well now I can only do this once. That's actually interesting. Does it restore the exits when I find paths multiple times? Yeah, they come back. So why? Why does it remove paths that it should actually keep? And this patch is visited because it's red. So why would it remove the exits from the visited patch? Oh, of course. Will get removed. The exits will get removed from the patch on the other side. So if exit B has a patch and it's visited, then continue. Or is that correct? Does that make sense? Wait, it removes too much. Yes, so there I was thinking this was obvious. Again. Why is it removing more? Does it go underground? No, it doesn't. Oh wow. Is this actually working? I think this is actually kind of working. Why is there no connection here? What am I missing? So it got the first step. This is correct. It cut off these, which is correct. It kept those. Threw away those. But it also threw away these ones, which is false. And then it died on the next patch. So if I'm this patch, and I am obviously visited, and I don't lead to layer 1, and there is a tile at the exit, well, the fact that I'm a visited tile means the exits won't get removed. Does not like the exit here. But they also stay gone. So what's going on here? Does the remove mod not work? removing a tile mod is just reassigning the old saved tile. That's it. Don't think that that's a problem. So let's just start doing it outright. Okay. And this works, but it dies here. Why? Why does it die here? It's not going on the ground. The exits are not removed until after the algorithm has run. Yeah. Because that would be pretty bad. But this is pretty tricky. So let's check that again. So it's this one. Yeah. Okay. So that's not what I actually wanted. Okay, and it's building circles here. I don't get it. Okay, this seems fine. And dies down here. Not sure what's happening. During gameplay, how can we differ terrain levels? There are these ladders here, these pink things, and you can just Okay, they're removed right now. They're all gone when I start the game because the algorithm throws them away, but normally they're all gone. 1 second, I'll just uncomment this so there's a chance they stay. Okay, so in the game you can just walk on these and then you'll step into another level. Like this. Or of course you can enter buildings and, well, not right now, apparently. This is very strange. Okay, it's also the algorithm that removes all the doors I've placed. You can enter buildings and you can enter the underground. Similarly, through stairs, for example. These stairs that get removed from the algorithm, by the algorithm, so I can't at the moment. Do you jump so quickly between changes in the code buffers? I do use the undo key often to move around. So if I just changed something here, when I move away and I press the undo, I'm back here. That's one trick. So this whole algorithm has become pretty brittle. I wish there was something simpler, but it's pretty simple already as things go. It could be simpler by, of course, tagging each patch by hand, saying, okay, this is one patch, and then this is another one. But then I would still have the problem with the exits. Oh, okay, they really are removed. Didn't I say don't remove? Exits leading to layer 1. What's going on? What is going on? If the exit leads to level 1, don't remove it. What is going on? This is a hot clue. Smoking gun. Is this not marked correctly? That's correct. Stairs. Here they are. If EXA set exp. Okay, layer is I. If there is a tile in this layer and it's a portal, then set exp to layer I, which is correct. Here the same thing. Layer is I. What is going on? Less than 2, 0, 1. Oh, it has to be less than 3. Oh no. Oh, still gone. Still gone. And actually it's if a exa l equals 1 or p equals 1. And still gone. Oh no, we're back. What? What was there? I think the game has gone a bit crazy. It does not want to go up there. Does not want to. And by now all the exits are gone. So this tile mod thing is clearly not working. Should I make a flag that hides something? No, I should actually split the tile data into editor and game. But basically the game doesn't touch the game data, the editor, the tile data, because if you play the game and it changes the tiles and I press save in the editor, then all that stuff is saved on disk forever. So the game doesn't touch the tile data. So it would be easy to just create a second buffer. On game start. And then remove the stairs from there. But all the rendering logic uses both. So the actual question is, why does RM mods not restore all these stairs? Why does it not do that? Is it me that calls the function in a stupid way? PLT. Okay, it saves the tile, sets TI, CI, OI. So already so I do remove the mods every time I make the path. And I do remove the visibility flags. I do not clean up the links. That's bad. But that's starting patch. I don't touch these. I don't touch the links. I only set the visited flag. Oh, yeah. And then I remove the exits. Alright, give me 5 minutes. Maybe I can come up with something. Okay. I have to go through the algorithm again and get a mental image going. So it starts with find patches. Which fills the world's patches and their links. Need a piece of paper, please. Okay. Find patches and exits. The short function names aren't a problem. Not really. I have comments above every function what it does. And short function names are just, I find them, short function and variable names, they condense everything, so you have less to read. We have something like go to definition in NVI. I believe you can integrate with C tags, I think it's called. But I haven't done that, so. But I think it's called. Okay, I have it installed. A C tags utility shall be provided. Okay. Shall write a tags file or an index of objects from C language source files. Okay, so you can use C tags to create an index of your sources, and then yeah, you can here start editing at specified tag, for example. C tags. Yeah, so NVI integrates with C tags. Okay, it finds the patches by flooding a bitmap. And then finding while flooding yields the patch and its exits. And then it goes over each patch and it finds the opposite side of each exit. And then we have the patch data. And then when we start the game, it initializes the run, which makes the path. Okay, I remove mods here too. That's not a problem. Make path. And the make path it shuffles the links. That may actually be a problem. So the make path function goes through all patches. For each patch, shuffle the links, pick a valid one, and then remove all the exits. That were not visited. Shuffling the links a problem. I don't think so. It shouldn't be. Because there's no order to them. They're found randomly. So the make path function does not go through all patches. It gets a patch, a starting patch, shuffles its links, picks a random one, a valid one, and follows it to the next patch. Oh, and this patch's links also get randomized. But that's fine because I'm checking the pointers. Do I have to check here if it's the same? If it's pointing to itself? That wouldn't make sense. Yeah. No difference. Okay, I start at this patch. Then I go to another one. Set this as visited. Pick a random one. And if one leads back, I don't take it because it's visited. I mean, this should actually work. I'm sure it's just a stupid typo somewhere. But why does this patch not want to go up here? Let's try it again without the removal of the exits. Still does not want to go uphill. Why does it not like this? Okay, this looks like an off by one error. Two links. It says it has two links, which is true. So is the shuffling routine wrong? Because it always picks the second one. Greater than equal to 0. Okay, there's no guarantee that this one is right, but IIRR. Zero to I, maybe 0 to I minus 1. That doesn't make sense. Would be even less. I forget what it's called, this algorithm. Fisher-Yates shuffle. I think this is it. inverse. Okay, I do have. Okay, for let I equal length minus 1 greater than 1. I plus 1. I could try it. And crash. Okay, I mean, it still works. But now there's only one link, which is wrong. So find patch starting. But this is here. I don't get it. This one has 20. If I run it again, 20. Two. Okay. Haven't changed anything. Or sometimes it's 1. What is going on? This is the patch info. If the second exit is not null, it counts. So why does it fluctuate? I mean, it should. Maybe. Let's bring that back. Wait, does this? -1, yeah. Two. Yeah, this is correct. "19 nodes, 6 nodes. Why doesn't it ever pick the way up? Less than 2. This one has 2 exits. So it should qualify. Was not visited. Set the number of lines on. Let's just remove all these checks here. See what happens. Oh, okay. It does go up. So what keeps it from going up? Not that one. Not that one. Bet it's this one. Yep. But why? It does have two exits. Oh, I get it. Oh, it's because this little thing here counts as a patch. Wow. Okay. What is it? Stop it, water. Stop it blocking objects. This would actually explain a whole lot. A whole lot. Wow. Look at this beautiful path. These are kind of crazy. This looks much better. I actually think that this is working. So let's turn on the exit removal. And it does relatively well. Yes, but it does not reinstate them. So that was a second problem. If I press enough times, oh, it does sometimes. This one flickers. eventually. It's kind of broken. But some come back. So maybe it works. Well, these winding paths are really hard to follow. So I think the main problem is the size of the patches. I'll have to go through and cut them up, because this is, well, it's not really a path, but just a subsection of the world. It's not what I had in mind. And yeah, it still has some problems. There's no exit on this patch that I just clicked on. Just threw them away for some reason. But actually that's progress. And it dies after a couple of turns. 8 nodes, 8 nodes, 2, 6, 7, 9. 8. Okay, that's not 8. 12. Okay, this one kind of works. So if I'm the player, and I have this stretch to work with, then that's actually pretty cool. That's actually pretty cool. If the red is the play area. I think I would want to play that. Okay, this gets a bit large, but that's because this patch is ginormous. So if I cut that up, should look much better. And it doesn't use the underground yet, because that's a whole nother thing. which I have to tackle, which is connecting all these disjointed dungeons. Similar to this. But I think as a proof of concept, this is pretty promising. And if I think about the playtime for one such run, how long I want it to be, that also doesn't look too far apart. And the good thing about the algorithm is that, of course, I can do whatever to the overworld and it'll redetect these patches. Not by itself really, because it's pretty intensive, pretty hard on the CPU, but maybe with a menu option. PC specs. I have, this PC is from, I believe, 2018. So I have some kind of i5 Intel processor and a 1080 Ti. So I actually could, for the rest of the stream, start with cutting up these larger patches, which also brings up the question how I would like to connect the patches if they don't differ in elevation like this. It's still there. My PC just turned up. Monitor. Oh yeah, okay. Not quite sure how I want to handle this, because the obvious thing would be to just put another ladder across, which actually might be fine, especially in the beginning. But I could also place forest here or stones that are either closing the path or not. But I think just simple ladders like this are fine for now. Yeah. Or I'll do the elevation thing, but that's much more involved. So I'll just cut them up. Okay. Let's commit this, even though the exit removal is still bad. That will be much more obvious if the world has smaller chunks, so I'll defer that until later. And I did thinking about my working logs, because I moved them to the website. I created the patch detection algorithm yesterday, so I added the path, run path, finding, that's enough, debug, edit, function, main, monster, object, yeah, I deleted the old patrol system. Run.c, struct.h, system.c, tar.c. And then I'll make a push. Oh, that's yeah, well, 25th path thing. Well, this file is actually obsolete, so I'll remove it in a second. Let's just write something. Add path finding. I'll have to switch on my storage. Three people, new all-time high. Hey guys, how's it going? Thanks for stopping by. I'm just committing my changes and then I'm working on the game overworld a bit, because it needs much work. Can actually just edit it right here. Push log. This is my network storage that still needs time to wake up. Okay. Okay, files are saved. So then let's do some cutting. And I mean, this is not really final, so I have some leeway in how I do it. But yeah, these big patches, they need to go. But of course there are decisions to be made. And this is okay, that's better. And then I can also just put this here. And maybe chop this one up too. But I do have to worry about the number of exits of each patch. For example, this one here. This needs another one. And I think 3 is even better. 3 exits. So I'll cut this one up too. Where am I? Yeah. I'll try not to give you an epileptic shock with this mode switching. I think this one is fine. This one I could cut it here, lower this. That would help a lot. Actually, I'll worry about the themes later. So as you can see here, this doesn't look that good, but I'll fix it later in a second pass. Okay, so let's make this and this. Then that's better. Let's also maybe drop this. Yeah. And actually maybe drop this whole thing here. Maybe even more. I think that's a bit tricky. Yeah, I mean, if it looks bad, I'll just redo it. And actually, let's bring that back up. Okay, let's put some some letters in. Maybe one here. And then we have this part. Oh, people, new all-time high. Hey guys, how's it going? I'm working on the overworld. I found out that these patches that are same colored here are too large for proper gameplay. So I'm cutting them up. Hey Gio, we chillin'. I was also coding, but now I'm taking a break. We're watching you code. Nice. That's what I do sometimes. Chill is live available. Thanks, NB. So this is one giant patch. Maybe I just cut it here in the middle for a start. This looks bad. Oops. And I mean, there's a lake here that I think I want to keep, so that's inherently a large patch. So I think that stays as it is. But yes, this seems like a good place to cut this long path into. Okay, I just extended this one. So let's drop that one down. Okay, gets more complicated already with these smaller paths. Maybe extend here. And I think the algorithm stops at water, so that's actually fine here. But then let's bring this down. And yeah, chop this up. And I mean, I don't want to make the patches too small, because having to jump elevation all the time is pretty boring. So I'll have to find some kind of middle ground. But I guess this is okay. I mean, as you can see, it's pretty easy to edit the terrain, so I can make mistakes and go over them again. Okay, I think this is like the perfect size. So maybe I'll cut here. I've not thought about connecting these. Okay, and then well, maybe I'll use the jump across a small gap here. And I actually should do this in some kind of order. So what I usually do is I have these large quadrants where you can see the white line around, the white rectangle, and that's 1/16 of the world map, I guess. And just working one at a time of those is it's a pretty good idea. I found, or else I'll get lost in the weeds somewhere. That's bad. Okay. So this is a huge chunk that maybe I'll... Okay, this is a jump across 2 elevations. So maybe I'll just bring the middle elevation back a bit. And also let's make a hole right here. This one. Okay. This one is also a giant one. Okay, so in the meantime, it becomes clear that this is a task for multiple days. So the best thing is to do part of it and then assert that it's actually the right thing to do. So maybe I'll jump back into the algorithm work when I've done this quadrant here. That would be a good idea, I think. Okay, looking for the biggest ones. This one can be one of those same elevation jumps. This one's fine. So this one is massive. This blue one. But it is dissected kind of by this water here. So if I bring this forward and this forward, that's already smaller. And if I then drop this down, maybe just one level, make it a dead zone, that's already more manageable. And it's still connected sufficiently, at least. But this might actually be not. I mean, duplicate paths get removed from by the algorithm, so there's really no harm in putting them in. But there is in leaving them out. So back to terrain. So these look fine. This yellow one is another ginormous one. Okay, still giant. Okay, that's better. This red one is okay, I think. But this yellow one, I can just drop this here. And there's not many places I can chop off here. And this is also pretty packed for a patch with buildings. Not sure of the significance of that right now, but I think the path algorithm will have to look at these things and make sure that the player encounters at least some buildings along their way. But that is also a problem for not today, at least. Okay, this one seems fine. This one is fine, I guess. This white one is also giant. So let's drop this down to the lake. More space on the shore. Okay, then more here. And there's really no logic to what I'm doing right now, because there's no game yet. So this all, I'll have to look at this all again. This whole map, when I have more features in the game, and see how it plays. Okay, this is rather problematic. Oh well, I can just raise here. Which is, well, it's pretty ugly. But this is also bounded by the water, so this is fine. This is fine. Okay, this one is also huge. So let's make this also reach the water. And so I have the pillars that are, I don't think they're a patch boundary. So this area down there is actually not that easy to cut up, but I would want this to be pretty tight, so maybe I'll do this. This can be one layer above, and actually and then move this down too, with maybe a bit more here. That's actually not that bad. Actually not bad. Okay, let's place some letters. Okay. And now let's shave off the bottom. Let's make this rock. Oops. Well, we need some space here. Okay. And then let's make it that you have to go into the village, or what it is. There still needs to be some kind of cut here, or else all this white space here is one giant patch. So let's maybe break the bridge. I mean, we can just do it symbolically. In the meantime, before I put too much time into that. Okay, I'll have to mind the size of this one now. So and make this also a point where you jump. And this is pretty isolated now, which is good. Let's leave this little patch at its door, at the gates. And well, this thing is pretty huge. So let's cut it. I mean, if I cut across, then this becomes giant. So let's make this rock. And this one too, maybe. Yeah, well, then I'm extending the other one. So more like this. So there's a path down here, up here. It's Rain. Hey, how's it going? What's the name of this game? It's the name of the Twitch channel, Stogen RL. Or Stogen, or not sure how to pronounce it. Just came up with it in text. Hadn't had the opportunity to say it out loud that often. Okay, so now I can break it up here. Maybe also with a rock. That looks kind of okay. Okay, so this one, if I split this one in half, I'll have to go downwards, or else I'll connect these ones. And this is another large one, which can actually be maybe. What should I do? I mean, actually, this one is probably fine. This white one, this one too. This one maybe also, but I'll just bring the rocks up a bit. Like this. Okay, then this is another super large one. And this white one too. Okay. Then I could drop this down. This can be connected up to here. That looks good. This is also too long, of course. These two have to go. Alright, almost done with this first stretch. This looks hell ugly. Okay. Let's plop a rock right here. And some more here. And let's take another look. I mean, this is also pretty long. Yeah, I think that's too long. So we have this one here. This one needs path. There needs to be a path up here. And this looks pretty good. A ladder here. And I mean, I'll have to... The good thing is, with the patch finding algorithm, I can detect patches that have no connections or are lacking connections. I can just visualize them, fix them all later. So, and that's much easier than trying to see it with the eyes, because it's pretty noisy, the picture. But just for the sake of testing the algorithm, I'll have a quick look at the connections. This looks pretty good. Maybe one up here, down here. I mean, I think the more connections there are, the more varied the path for the player can be. And they'll be removed by the algorithm, the unused ones, so there's no penalty in plastering them everywhere, except that they take up a tile, but that's about it. Okay, I think that's good. So let's let the algorithm walk. Okay, it walks straight into a dead end. And gets big up here. I'm not sure what it's doing. I did say it should avoid already. What is this? Already visited. Tiles. Okay, this is. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I have to reload the game. The paths are regenerated only on startup right now, which is okay, but not great. Okay, so let's start from the village. Okay, get one. Okay, short journey, but 0 links. Sorry for the flashbang. Okay, I should prevent it from removing the paths. So that looks better, maybe. Still no links. What's it doing? Did I remove all the connections here? Okay, of course it doesn't reload. Let me just make a emergency backup copy of the tile data. It's only 60 megs. Thought it was. Have I renamed it already? Again. Nope, that's it. Okay, then with the emergency backup, I can save this and reload. This looks quite good actually. Let's start a bit more midst. Okay, there's no. I should add menu option here to rebuild the paths, because I can't do it every time I place something. That would hang up my editor. So let's do that real quick. Going into the editor, there's an options thing. Options case 3. This is just on, yes. And I want to find the patches. Let's look if there are arguments for this function. Nope. Any prerequisites? P0. All patches. Maybe I should zero out all the patches too. That would be the logical thing to do. So let's see if this works. Patches, size of struct patch times number of layers and patch max. Let's see if it likes that. Implicit declaration. It is static. Okay, export it. Let's see if that works. Okay, let's see if that blows up. Okay, it can't because there's no option yet. Options, where do I set the options? Place. Yeah. Cursor 3. Refine. Patches. See if that's enough. Nope. Menu cursor 3. Oh, that's wrong. Options X. Of course not here. There it is. Maybe this is the wrong place to do this. But I don't want to change it. Good enough. Let's find out. Okay, did that work? Did it work? Okay, it won't go up. It's a good test here. But maybe it does now. Oh, of course not. Build patches. Nope. Nothing happens. Okay, I tried. There are quite a few missing here. Okay. That's a few more paths. This is not bad. Also backtracking or crossing over itself. Okay, it doesn't like this one at all. Even though that's fine. That one's quite good. Don't know why. Okay. This is of course false, yeah. That's a quite good one. Also not bad. Always goes south. Doesn't like that one. Wow, that one's not bad. That one is not bad. Do you use NVI for your full-time job? Yes, yes I do. Your chat is... okay. My phone where I display my chat is offline for some reason. I'm just now seeing your chat. Hello? Why is my chat disconnected? ping. I think it's just some technical problems on my side. Yeah, I do use NVI. But then again, I mostly work alone in my job, so or by myself for a customer, so I can set things up as I like. And I did work in a web hosting company where it was just much easier to use VS Code like everyone else, because they had tools and such that only worked with VS Code. But I hate VS Code with a passion, because it's awfully slow. It takes like 10 seconds to start up. My colleagues all use VS Code and a gazillion extensions and very vibrant color schemes. Yeah, I've been there. I'm a terminal guy, but I use NeoVim. Yeah, I mean, when your colleagues see you SSHing into a server and using Vim on the server to edit files, then some of them might convert, because that's a superpower. But I mean, I've spent long years with Sublime Text at first, with every color scheme imaginable. So I've done my fair share of that, and extensions and etc. But I'm telling myself that it's just a way to procrastinate. For me, at least. I can't speak for anyone else. But I find for myself, every time I've been working on the look or the feel of my editor, I was not doing something I should be doing, which is work. I started with VS Code and extensions too, even very slow GUI based Git extensions. Okay. But slowly switched towards simpler things. Yeah, I think many people finally settle on something they like and then just use that. And I mean, as long as it's good enough. And I wouldn't want to use something like ed, for example, which I had to do one time when my computer crashed and I had to go into the rescue console, and it only had ed. If you've never heard of it, look it up. It's insane. It's basically EX, the VI. How do I call it? The mode editor or something. ED or EX. That's horrible. ED is one of the first editors for Unix, and then they put VI on top of it, made it graphical. So yeah, there's editors with even less graphics than VI. which is pretty funny. Oh, look at this. This looks great. But it dies too early. How many was that? 6, 13. 8, 12, 10, 13 nodes. Okay. $29 links. Crazy. 29 links. Let's see if I can get a couple more. Oh, it doesn't like any of these. 28. Okay. Well, I think I'll have to spend the next couple of days chopping up the patches in the overworld, because this is working much better. And then possibly the underworld. That's a lot of work. It's a lot of hours hacking on the gamepad. I'll be right back. Somehow my screen turns off after inactivity. I'll just have a quick look. Vesa. The time of inactivity before the monitor enters into the given saving power can be set as described in. Okay. Don't want that. The set term. Xorg. There it is. Server flags. Runtime settings. Exit as off. Great. Xorg X set. Okay. 5 minutes. Great. Set as off. It's still on or not? Set as off. DPMS. Okay. Let's just put that in here. Saved. All right. Now, it's right when it refuses to start from patches that have no connections. That makes perfect sense. Okay, so it does take patches with just one connection. 2, 3, doesn't use that one. Uses that one. So that's fine. So the problem is not enough connections. I wonder, theoretically, I could place these with another algorithm. But then I could just generate the whole world from scratch. That's not what I want. I think I just lost this one here. No. This path underground. Well, I'll have to redo them anyway, so. This needs a path. I wonder why I lost them all. Oh god, they're all gone. So I did already save a bad state. Maybe. That's unfortunate. Okay. Some more here. Don't think I need to go up here. But maybe up here. And down again. Okay, this is the next quad. Don't need to go there. Some more here. Yeah, I think it's actually pretty bad if I lost all the connections. I'll have to check later sometime. But it's not the worst thing. Okay, this should look differently. Give me some looks. And here too. Everything are tiles. How do you handle multiple terrain heights? So it's the world is basically 2D and only the graphics are 3D. Mostly. So instead of just X and Y, there's a height to each tile. And then it gets the tile data gets tessellated into vertex buffers that are about the size of this blue rectangle, I believe. Either this size or a multiple of it. And that happens at startup. The whole world is tessellated. And then the buffers are rendered when they're on screen. So that's basically all of it. And each tile has a height, a texture, and a color, and some flags, and that's it. And an object on it, maybe, like this bush. So also pretty simple. So any more stairs? Anybody want some stairs? Okay, let's try it again. Ten links, not bad. What's this not working? There clearly is path here. Oh, because it's not regenerated. Okay. Classic. It's gonna haunt me if I don't fix it. But I'll do that tomorrow, maybe. Write it down. Okay. Twelve links. So it walked down here, over there, down here, Oh yeah, and that's that. Over here, over here. Took all this stuff with it. Walked over here. Down here. And it died here. It's actually not bad. Not bad. Up here, here. Up here. Over here. Down here, and it died here. Why did it stop here? It had plenty of room to go. Maybe because it chose this one and realized it's already been here. Then it died. Because yeah, that would make sense. Let's get some more examples for our theory. Okay, walked here, walked down here, 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 up here, and then it, whoa, what did it do? I think it went here, down here, up here, and it died here. But why? It couldn't have backtracked. There's no backtracking here. Not quite sure, but it looks a hell of a lot better than earlier today. Again, it crashed here. But this looks pretty good. Up, go up, go up, go up. Goes up here, goes up here, goes up here, goes up here, and then it dies. But why? Because this one is connected. Let me check the path walking stuff. Let's make path. While n is less than 100, and n only gets incremented when it found a patch. So why does it die after only 20? Next patch is null. So maybe it couldn't find Couldn't find the second exit. No path found. Okay, let's see if this... What am I doing? Let's see if this crashes. No. No. 6. It looks like an awful lot more than 6 links. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, maybe I read that wrong. Okay, there's the crash. Race abort. 4. Print exp 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. What? It's just not set. Okay, exa is also 0. Is this an off by 1 error? What is going on? Is this not initialized? Must be. That doesn't make sense. Where was I? I'm lost. There. Patch. Yeah, okay. X, Y. This is underground. Okay. So that makes sense. So maybe I'm just not looking in the right place. Oh, so if the assert. Six links with 17 what? Nodes. Okay, now I get it. 15. I mean, this algorithm should be pretty robust and accurate because it makes my PC stutter every time I use it. And I can imagine that it needs multiple tries to find a long enough path. And that could hang up the player's computer. But I'm not quite sure why it takes so much time. Because the data is already there. No idea. But I'm sure I won't solve it today. It's just too late. My brain is too mushy. Okay, this time it died here. Should probably rewrite the path walking here so I can find out why it stops. Because right now the reason is always there's no link to go. There's no exit to follow that matches the criteria. Skip dead ends, skip interiors. Yeah. Break. Maybe I should mark this as visited before I break. That gives me one more red patch. Maybe that's why I don't understand when it gets lost. So this makes sense. It turns in on itself. Realizes, oh, I've already been here, and then stops. Not sure where this went. This also turned in on itself. This makes sense. This one depends on where it came from, but it could be turning in on itself or walking over itself. Not sure what that is. Wow. Holy circle. Same thing here, I guess. Okay, this worked for quite some while. What did it do here? This is super strange. Walk down here, yes. Walked over here. And what happened here? It went 2 ways. No, this is just one giant patch. Okay. It went here and then reached a dead end. No, it didn't. Oh, yes it did. It's a dead end. I'm starting to believe that this actually works. The only thing I have to solve is the backtracking. Yeah. Here it guides itself into a corner. So it should then unroll itself and follow another path. Ooh. I think that's actually not that hard. Not that hard if I keep track of the patches in an extra data structure, which I've been thinking about anyway. So I have a linked list or something. Oh, actually, linked list. Well, an array is fine. I start, collect the patches in the array, then realize, geez, the only way forward is a dead end or where I've already been. So jump to the last patch, or better, mark this one where I am as bad, jump backwards, search for exits not leading to a visited or bad patch. If none are found, go back further. If none are found, mark this patch also bad. Jump back one further. Check all the exits there for a good one. And if it finds one, well, it doesn't find one here, so mark it as bad too. Jump here, search here, and there it finds another one. And then it can continue as normal. It's actually not that bad. But without an array of patches, that'll be horrible. But possible. I arrive here, I find no way out. I check the exits of this patch for one I visited. Oh no, I can't, because this one and this one both are visited. Okay, so I have to keep track of them. Yes, it has to be a list. Okay, I'll write that down for tomorrow. But with that, I think the algorithm would be in pretty good shape. What's next then is thinking about these connections. Maybe I think that's too early. Thinking about starting points and end points. That'll be the next thing. And if that's in the game, then it is pretty much playable. It's horrible, not fun, and tedious, but you can play it from start to finish. Oh, and of course, secondary paths. That's a problem. Think about secondary paths and their gameplay implications. Because I think that would be fun. Oh, and also I have to test the algorithm with the underground layer. Split tile data into editor again. That's right. I'll still have to fix the exit removal. Fix the exit removal and fix the whole underground. Split and that's my eraser. There it is. Split and merge the underground into patches. That's a giant job. I remember when I did the first pass on the underground, was excruciating, the amount of work. So maybe I'll have some maybe I'll have some ideas on how to make this less tedious. But I think the idea was to have them linear. Have them be linear, not circular, which means you can chop them Let me just follow this one to get an idea of it. Okay, there's a dead end here, but I think it should follow here. Over there and back. So I can make this linear if I split it in half, put an exit here, put an exit here, put an exit here, put an exit here. Or something, put an exit here and here. This is on a dungeon by dungeon basis. And then I have the problem of putting these, connecting these with the overworld. But this one would be pretty nice. I think I'll have to just make them stairs down. It's just not feasible. To fix up the terrain in order to make it a porch-like entrance like this one. With actually, what happened to this building? What's going on? Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Just have a stairs down for the dungeons. And that would make it much easier. I'll cut them in two and connect them with each other. Yeah. Okay, Andre, I think I'll wrap it up for today. Can't start something new because I'm too tired. But I'm not quite sure if I'm back on tomorrow because family stuff. But I am the day after tomorrow. So maybe I'm on tomorrow, I'm not quite sure, but if not, then the day after tomorrow. All right, thank you for hanging on. You too, man. You too. Thanks for watching. Really appreciate it. Let me find my OBS. All right. Have a good night, Andre. Bye.